Hey, grace and peace, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. You're right. You're right. We're going to be talking about the State of the Union address today. We're going to watch the State of the Union and probably add a little bit of color commentary to it. But I don't know how many people knew that Tyler Robinson had a hearing today. And a lot of people have been focusing on she who shall not be named, Charlie Kirk's greatest mistake, whatever you want to call her. A lot of people have been focused on her today, and I don't see a lot of people talking about the fact that there was a hearing for, and it was recorded and it was streamed for Tyler Robinson. So I want to focus on that because, contrary to popular belief, we have a pretty good idea who it is that deleted Charlie Kirk. And that young man is sitting in a jail cell somewhere out there in Utah, under lock and key. He just had a hearing today. So, what I want to do is I want to pull this in. Shout out to the wonderful subscriber Goose who sent this to me. And let's just take a second and kind of go over what has happened today as it relates to one Mr. Tyler Robinson. All right. And I'm also going to be testing out a couple of different frames. I'm going to be testing out this one. This one does not look good, Jason. It looked better before. Okay, there we go. During the State of the Union, because I have to transform the video. So I'm going to probably use this one a little bit more than I've ever done before. Shout out to you. Hey, Jenny, how are you? Grace and peace to you. I'm going to try a couple of things. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and transform the background as well. All right, just to keep the transformation element there. So during the State of the Union, we don't have to worry about the stream getting taken down because y'all know they like to take down your boys' streams. Okay, why is that? We're going to get together. I promise you. I promise you. I am still in the process of finishing up the studio wiring. The wiring is crazy. Wiring is crazy, especially since the desk moves now. You got to make sure the wiring is where it needs to be, and it's not where it needs to be here at the current moment. So y'all pray for your boy. Shout out to y'all. Thank you so much. What we're going to do, so let's pull this in. This is Tyler Robinson's hearing today, and I can actually big screen this one. But just want to give y'all a chance. I don't know how many of y'all knew about this. It kind of slid past me. So I think this will be good to check this out. And let's go. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear. Now, I will say this. Let me move it forward a little bit. It starts right. Okay.
Good morning. Court is now in session.
Hey, got it around the button.
Calling case number 251-501-576, State of Utah versus Tyler Robinson. Counsel, could you enter your appearances, please?
Your Honor, Christopher Ballard, along with Chad Grunander, Lauren Hunt, and Jeff Gray, the Utah County Attorney, all on behalf of the state.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Novak, Stacy Visser, and Michael Burt for Mr. Robinson, who is participating by audio from the Utah County Jail.
Thank you. Good morning to you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Mr. Robinson. And to the remaining attorneys that are online as related to this case.
He's so chill, man. He's just laid back.
Mr. Judd.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Judd on behalf of the Media Coalition.
All right. Good morning to you. All right. Before the court turns to the defendant's motion to disqualify Utah County Attorney's Office, there are a couple of preliminary matters the court wishes to address. First, in respect to discovery to the state, the court would appreciate a brief update on the status of discovery disclosure.
Grunander can give that update.
All right, Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I'm looking at an email from our paralegal from 7 days ago, a week ago, and we have received additional files from law enforcement since the last time we met. And we have provided, it looks like 88.8%, so 89% of discovery has been disseminated to the defense. We're still actively working on this.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Defense, did you want to weigh in any way?
No, Your Honor, I don't think that we need to weigh in. We're in the middle of scheduling what I would call a meet and confer with Mr. Grunander and his colleagues concerning outstanding discovery issues. And that's all I can really say at this point.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. I appreciate the efforts by the parties to meet and address these issues. Second, I wish to address the recent actions by this court. Yesterday afternoon, the court issued several orders and would invite the parties to familiarize themselves with the recent orders of the court. The first, standing decorum order effective February 24th, 2026. Second, order on February 3rd, 2026, hearing transcript. Next, standing order on redacting and filing transcripts. Next is the granting news media's motion to amend standing order for Rule 4-202.04, notice of motions.
There. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Let's see. It looks like it comes back. I don't know what happened there.
Before the court is defendant's motion to disqualify Utah County Attorney's Office. Defendant argues that high-level prosecutor assigned to this case has a concurrent conflict of interest, and because no efforts were made to screen him, the entire office should be disqualified. Because defendant has not established a factual basis for a finding of conflict of interest or an objective appearance of impropriety rising to a constitutional concern, his motion is respectfully denied. At defendant's request, the court held an evidentiary hearing on January 16th, 2026 and February 3rd, 2026. Each witness was subject to direct and cross-examination, and each witness testified credibly. Although there were slight variations in their testimony about some facts, those variances are not material to the resolution of this motion. Based on the evidence presented, the court makes the following findings of fact. Chad Grunander, a prosecutor assigned to this case, is the chief deputy at the Utah County Attorney's Office. He is a veteran prosecutor and has more experience than any other person in the office litigating homicide cases. On September 10th, 2025, Mr. Grunander's daughter, hereinafter referred to as daughter, attended a rally at Utah Valley University featuring Charlie Kirk. She sat in the back of the university courtyard, approximately 85 feet away from where Mr. Kirk was speaking. Shortly after the rally began, she heard a popping noise and heard a man say, "He's been shot." She, along with other members of the crowd, ran out of the courtyard into a nearby building. Daughter felt afraid for her life while she was running, but felt better when she reached the building. Daughter texted her father. She told him someone was shot. She heard it was Charlie Kirk. She heard the gunshots, and she was okay. Following the incident, daughter had not experienced any trauma, emotional difficulty, or changes to her routine. Daughter was not interviewed by any member of law enforcement or the prosecution team until after the current motion was filed. When Mr. Grunander received the text messages from daughter, he was startled and concerned for her welfare, but he felt better when she notified him saying she was okay. Mr. Grunander shared the text messages with the Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray. Eventually, each prosecutor on the prosecution team and at least some law enforcement personnel became aware of Mr. Grunander's child had attended the rally. No effort was made by the Utah County Attorney's Office to screen Mr. Grunander from the case or from speaking about his child's experience with other attorneys in the office. Mr. Gray consulted with his prosecution team, including Mr. Grunander, when determining which charges to file and whether to seek the death penalty. But the ultimate charging decision rested solely with Mr. Gray in his statutory capacity as elected county attorney. He made the decision to file a notice of intent to seek the death penalty at the inception of the case rather than waiting until after the arraignment, as allowed by statute. His decision to seek the death penalty was based upon his assessment that the death penalty is appropriate in this case. He chose not to wait to file the notice because he believed it would cause unnecessary speculation on the part of the public and angst on the part of the victim's family. Waters' presence at the rally did not materially influence Mr. Gray's decision-making, and the court finds that this conclusion is supported by credible testimony and objective record before it. Approximately 3,000 people attended the rally at Utah Valley University. Throughout the course of the investigation, over 40 attendees voluntarily provided witness statements to law enforcement, and several attendees provided video footage of the incident. No evidence was provided by daughter that she was not available from other sources. The state has chosen not to call her as a witness in support of its prosecution of Mr. Robinson. In October 2025, Mr. Grunander sent an email to defense counsel and disclosed his child had attended the rally at Utah Valley University, where Charlie Kirk was shot. Defendant moves for disqualification under Rule 1.7 of the Utah Rules of Professional Conduct, which provides in relevant part that a lawyer has a concurrent conflict of interest if there is a significant risk that the representation will be materially limited by a personal interest of the lawyer. In applying this standard, the court is mindful that this is a capital case. The decision whether to seek the death penalty is among the most solemn exercises of prosecutorial discretion, and allegations of bias or personal influence in that context warrants careful and searching judicial review to preserve both due process and public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. Defendant argues that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter creates a significant risk that his decision-making will be and has been materially limited by personal interest, namely his loyalty to his daughter. Because no screening was in place to prevent Mr. Grunander's conflict from tainting the entire prosecution team, defendant argues that Utah County Attorney's Office should be disqualified from prosecuting this case. This is especially so because Mr. Grunander holds a supervisorial role in the office and is a key part of the prosecution team. Defendant has not identified binding authority establishing that a prosecutor has a concurrent conflict solely because the prosecutor has a familial relationship with the potential witness, particularly where the witness has no unique relevant information. In the cases defendant cites, the prosecutors were split between their loyalty to the government and their loyalty to the defendant, or a personal interest separate from the case being prosecuted. In State v. McClellan, the prosecutor had previously represented the defendant and had access to confidential protected information, which could undermine the defendant's right to due process. In State v. Balfour, the prosecutor had past financial, business, and political ties to a defendant, which could conflict with the prosecutor's duty to pursue justice and represent the government. In Wright v. United States, the prosecutor's wife was the defendant's political opponent whom she had accused of sending people to assault her. In State v. Tate, the prosecutor had been a judge on the defendant's case and had been privy to ex parte communications. In People v. Connors, the prosecutor was both a victim and a witness to a separate crime committed by the defendant, which created a personal grudge against the defendant himself. Each of these cases involve a personal interest directly connected to the defendant or some other interest that materially limited the prosecutor's representation of the state. By contrast, the record here contains no evidence that Mr. Grunander or any member of his family had a personal relationship with, bias toward, defendant, nor does the record show that Mr. Grunander's professional judgment has been or is substantially likely to be materially limited by his loyalty to his daughter. Speculation regarding potential influence is insufficient to establish a significant risk under Rule 1.7. The court has independently reviewed the evidentiary record with particular attention to whether any direct or indirect decision-making in this case reflects personal involvement inconsistent with the objective prosecutorial judgment. The court finds no such evidence. Defendant argues that two prosecutorial decisions could have been impacted by Mr. Grunander's relationship to daughter, thereby affecting defendant's due process rights. The decision not to call daughter as a witness and the decision to seek the death penalty. The court is persuaded by the evidence presented that daughter is not being called to testify because she has no uniquely relevant testimony to give, and the state has access to much stronger evidence from other witnesses. To the extent defendant believes his due process rights are violated by the state declining to call daughter as a witness, defendant has subpoena powers and a right to call her himself if he believes her testimony is important to his case. As to the decision to seek death, the court finds that daughter's presence at the rally did not factor into the prosecutorial analysis. The evidence supports that Mr. Gray's decision was grounded in his assessment of the facts and applicable law. Because the circumstances of every case are unique. Oh, I heard something. I'll continue. Let me start over on that sentence. Because the circumstances of every case are unique, prosecutorial discretion allows a prosecutor to consider a host of relevant factors when determining whether to seek death, as long as the considerations of those factors is constitutionally sound. Even if Mr. Gray considered the impact on daughter when deciding to seek death, defendant has not shown that the impact of the crime on victims, witnesses, or even prosecutors themselves is an unconstitutional consideration when deciding to seek the death penalty. In sum, the court concludes that there is not a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's loyalty to daughter has or will materially limit his representation of the state of Utah. Furthermore, defendant has not shown that there is a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter has or will impact defendant's due process rights. Based on the record before the court, defendant has not shown that his prosecution by the Utah County Attorney's Office is tainted by a concurrent conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. During oral argument, defendant requested the court also consider whether the Utah County Attorney's Office followed the process recommended by the Utah Prosecutors' Best Practices created by the Statewide Association of Prosecutors, otherwise known as SWAP, in determining whether to disqualify the Utah County Attorney's Office. Defendant argues that best practice demands that a prosecutor avoid the appearance of bias based upon public perception. To avoid this appearance, the Utah County Attorney's Office should have immediately screened Mr. Grunander from the rest of the office. Because it failed to do so, there is now a hint that the decision to seek the death penalty was an emotional response to Mr. Grunander's concern for his daughter. The best practices document is not controlling on this court. And even if it was, the court is unpersuaded that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter creates an appearance of bias in this case. Prosecutors need not be immune to the emotional response of others to prosecute a case. Indeed, it is part of a prosecutor's duty to interview witnesses and victims and evaluate the impact of an alleged crime. A prosecutor need not be disinterested on the issue whether a prospective defendant has committed the crime with which he is charged. If honestly convinced of the defendant's guilt, the prosecutor is free, indeed obligated, to be deeply interested in urging that view by any fair means. True disinterest on the issue of such a defendant's guilt is the domain of the judge and the jury, not the prosecutor. And this is citing from Wright. Also, prosecutors need not be entirely neutral and detached. In an adversarial system, they are necessarily permitted to be zealous in their enforcement of the law. After reviewing the record, the court concludes that the familial relationship at issue, without additional evidence of personal involvement or influence, does not create a reasonable perception that the prosecutorial discretion was exercised for improper reasons. Zealous advocacy remains bound by constitutional and ethical constraints, and the court finds that those boundaries have not been crossed here. This ruling is confined to the specific facts established in this record. Different circumstances, such as evidence of direct personal involvement, uniquely material testimony, or demonstrable influence over discretionary decisions, could warrant a different result. In sum, the defendant has not shown that there is a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's loyalty to daughter has or will materially limit representation of the state, nor has defendant demonstrated that his due process rights are compromised by the continued prosecution of this case by the Utah County Attorney's Office. Applying this governing legal standard to the facts established in the record, defendant's motion is respectfully denied. All right, that order in a written form will be available shortly online. The court wishes to turn to its last.
Okay, real quick, just in case you were wondering, if you just hopped in, thank you so much for hopping in. We will be going to the State of the Union a little bit later, but I wanted to go over this because there was a hearing to disqualify the entire Utah State Prosecutor's Office. I'm laughing only because it was a Hail Mary. That was a Hail Mary because one of the prosecutor's daughter was at UVU the day Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And because of that, they said that, well, there's a conflict of interest, so therefore they should disqualify the whole office. That's some crazy work. If you're familiar with the YSL trial here in Georgia, we've had our fair share of disqualification hearings, right? So this one right here, that was a Hail Mary. That was a Hail Mary. So if they had been disqualified, if they had disqualified the entire office, that means that the trial would have probably been moved to another place, another county, another jurisdiction, maybe in Utah, maybe outside of Utah, or they would have had to bring in a whole new team from elsewhere to take care of it. I don't think that they didn't have a chance, but they have to try everything. And you know what? You at least know you have decent lawyers when they try everything possible. So I think that was a bad move. I think it was a Hail Mary. You really didn't expect that to work, but hey, give it a shot. They gave it a shot. So besides the fact that the judge is super mellow, I need him to get angry. I need his voice inflection to change because he's just a chill kind of dude. He is easy like Sunday morning. I need a little bit more passion from you, my guy. Just a little bit. Besides that, though, so let's get to the second portion of this. And we'll be ready for the State of the Union at 9 o'clock. I have two videos from Tim Pool and one from Dan Bongino that we want to play a little bit later. I forgot about the effects going on. Okay, here we go.
Matter. And the court wishes to address the remaining outstanding motions in a timely manner and to set appropriate dates for their hearing and resolution. The court recognizes that coordinating schedules can be challenging and that we all make a good faith effort to accommodate the court and one another in setting these matters for hearing so that the constitutional rights of all parties are protected and preserved. Counsel, I'm reviewing a list of motions before the court, and so I wish to quickly address that, set hearing dates, so all parties have an expectation of what comes next and what to prepare for. And so I'll turn to the attorneys. The court has thoughts, but I want to hear your thoughts first.
Judge, this is Mr. Grunander. I apologize for my camera. Something's happening with it this morning, but
sure.
I see that the court entered a couple of rulings that we received late last night. I think there are still the outstanding motions to classify as private that need to be addressed. And then there is the outstanding motion from the defense to exclude media, electronic media coverage. And there is a request, and I'll defer to the defense, but there's a request for an evidentiary hearing there. But that's what I see as far as what's outstanding. In addition, Your Honor, I should say there is one with respect to a piece of evidence that we're trying to identify additional reports on to get to the defense so that we can be fully prepared to address that issue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Turning to defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Richard Novak. I know that the court may have seen the emails which were exchanged with the court's clerk and counsel concerning scheduling. We had all suggested a date that the court was available to resolve the classification issues, some of which, as Mr. Grunander said, are still pending, notwithstanding yesterday's orders, and that was the date of April 17th. It was our expectation that the court would take care of the classification issues at a hearing that afternoon. The court's public order yesterday did address in a footnote a question of the media's standing with respect to, say, the merits of the motion that Mr. Grunander mentioned. So we think that that needs to be addressed because the media did file what they purport to be a preliminary response to a motion that is presently classified. So before we actually before the court conducts the hearing on the merits of the motion to exclude, which we anticipate would be an evidentiary hearing with both exhibits and witnesses, we think that it would be most efficient for the court to lay the groundwork on what will be public, what will not be public, and which entities, I'm not going to say parties because that's not right, which entities have standing to weigh in on that motion and the scope of that standing. And we do think, because the court has obviously seen, because it approved the filing of the initial motion, that there's an extensive evidentiary presentation that's necessary. It's not going to be the 2 to 3 hours that we were told the court is available on April 17th. So our thought is that we would have all of that sort of preliminary and standing, all of the preliminary and standing issues resolved at the court's next availability that worked for counsel, which is April 17th, and that at some date after April 17th, we would then have the hearing on the merits of that motion.
All right. Any other?
Does that make sense, or did I just muddy it up even more?
No, I understand what you're saying. Any other input from any of the other parties before the court gives its input?
Judd, I think Mr. Novak mentioned the afternoon of April 17th. I think the court's availability may be that morning. And other than that, I think this plan sounds good and makes sense to the media. I think the remaining issues that are most likely to be argued and resolved at an April 17th hearing are individualized motions related to closure of things on the docket. In that way, there's kind of a commonality between those. There's likely some overlap, even though they're separate briefings, on the interests and the questions related to those motions to classify. I'll note that more may come along. There was a reply to the motion to exclude cameras from the courtroom that has also been subject to a motion to classify. But again, I think that could be argued easily alongside the pending motions to classify or close that the court is attempting to schedule for hearing now.
All right. All right. So here's the court's input. I wish to address the motions to classify and addressing the closure of the hearing or the evidentiary hearing to exclude media well before April. And I don't believe that those hearings will take a lot of time. And for this court, for many reasons, and because the court intends to keep the May preliminary hearing. And I realize that there may be things that come up that may affect that, but as we stand today, that preliminary hearing date is set. And I wish for these issues to be addressed prior to the preliminary hearing, given the nature of that hearing. And so there is clarity on what will happen. What dates do we have available in March? In council, before I get these dates, I recognize that you all have challenging schedules, but this case must have priority as this court is trying to balance the constitutional rights of all parties and being timely in its process. So I ask you respectfully to do your best to ensure that we can align to a schedule that allows us to move forward in a proper manner while respecting the constitutional rights of all parties. And so looking at March dates, I have March 13th. It's rare, available all day. And I want to preface this
day.
by saying, just to give you an idea, when I am setting a hearing for an hour or more, I am looking into June just because of the court's calendar. And so this is a rare opportunity to have this to address the motions to classify and potentially closure. What does that look like for the parties?
On the 13th.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think, this is Richard Novak. I think, and I would defer to Mr. Judd, but I think one of the attorneys of record for the media entities had a problem with March 13th when the clerk initially floated that date, but I may be wrong about that, and then I can address the defense's availability on that date.
Well, I wish to address defense's availability first.
Okay, so I thought that I needed to be on the East Coast for a personal matter. I could probably work around that. The only other conflict we had was that Ms. Visser was scheduled to start a serious felony matter the following Monday morning, the 16th. But we hear what the court's saying. So I can adjust my personal travel schedule to accommodate the court. And I appreciate that the court wants to take advantage of this rare vacancy in its schedule.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. I appreciate that. Mr. Judd.
Your Honor, does the court have a view right now as to whether this would be an in-person hearing or something that could be argued by WebEx?
I will accommodate the parties, and of course, turning to defense, and their preference is important, whether they request in person or via WebEx, or maybe it's mixed. Maybe some of us appear via WebEx. Well, not the court, but the rest of us. So I am open to try to find a solution.
I'm curious about that, Your Honor, but it's not outcome determinative. We will make it work. We realize we're guests in the court, that these issues are important. We recognize the interests that are in play. I'm scheduled to be elsewhere in Chicago that day. I'll appear by WebEx if that's what the court allows. If not, then I'll move those plans. This is a priority, and if that's the time that it works, then we'll make it work.
All right. So the parties, first, is it the intent to be in person? And if so, what are the thoughts about Mr. Judd appearing via WebEx?
Your Honor, the state is open to any procedure that will allow us to have this hearing on March 13th. We can be in person or via WebEx, and we have no objection to other entities, representatives appearing in whichever way is most accommodating for them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Mr. Novak.
All I would say is that if the court is going to open up a WebEx for some participants, we will be there either in person or by WebEx or both. Because there are, as Your Honor knows, a few of us. Ms. Nestor will not be present because she's already engaged in trial in another county. But we will, I guess what I would say today is that we will be appearing in person, present in court with Mr. Robinson with us. If there is some reason why one of us needs to appear remotely, then we'll address that with the court.
All right, thank you, Mr. Novak. So it sounds like we're going to go ahead and set this in person. I realize that, you know, there are complications, and Mr. Judd, it looks like there is no opposition to you appearing via WebEx. And of course, as mentioned by defense, there are certain attorneys that may need to appear by WebEx. So we will accommodate that, and we'll anticipate Mr. Robinson's appearance in person on March 13th. Counsel, given the direction of the court dealing with closure and classification of motions, how much time will you need to conduct your business in court? I want to open that up and lock it down before that date gets cannibalized by other important hearings as well.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Ballard. I guess I would defer to the defense. It's their motions to close and to classify. But I think having a time limit regardless would be helpful.
I'm going to suggest that, Your Honor, that it's going to be more than 1 hour and maybe less than 2 hours. And the reason why I say that is there are multiple motions to classify around the same issues, which are the motion, the reply, and the evidentiary hearing itself. And the court's going to obviously hear not only from the moving parties, which is Mr. Robinson, but the state and counsel for the media. And it would be hard for me to imagine that many attorneys in the court could do all that in less than 1 hour.
Are you commenting on the amount of time attorneys talk?
Only myself. I'm only referring to myself here.
No worries. I include myself in that comment. All right. So let's go ahead and set aside 3 hours just to be safe. I don't want any party to feel pressured, but as mentioned by Mr. Ballard, I believe that setting a timeline is appropriate. So let's go ahead and start. How does 10 a.m. on March 13th look? 10, 11, 12, concluding at the 1 o'clock hour.
That's fine for the defense, Your Honor. That might actually allow me to get to my originally planned destination the same evening.
All right. To Mr. Ballard?
10 a.m. is perfect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Judd?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's turn to the second issue where we have that, I believe it was April 17th date. Does that allow sufficient time to address the evidentiary hearing being requested?
April 17th? Yes, if that's when the court wants to do it, we will be ready to go on that date. That is, if that's what the court means by sufficient time, yes.
All right. And how much time, Mr. Novak, do you anticipate needing? I certainly want to make sure that all parties have enough time to present what they need to present.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer to Mr. Burt on that, if Mr. Burt is able to do so. Looks like technologically he is.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Burt.
Judge, I think on that, because it is going to involve the presentation of extensive exhibits and also some expert evidence, that we'd be looking at a full day, accounting for cross-examination by all the lawyers involved here.
All right. And to the state, what's your input?
A is more than enough to be able to address those issues.
All right. And to the state. I'm sorry, I just, to any other party.
I will defer to parties, Your Honor, on this. As the court knows, we haven't seen the motion itself or the reply. We've seen the state's opposition. But I think whatever the defense believes is necessary, given that they are the party bringing evidence and the expert, if they believe that a day is sufficient, we see no reason to push back on that.
All right. All right. I do note that we have other issues on that day. I think we're just going to have to bump them. And so we'll go ahead and set aside the full day on April 17th. We'll start at 10 a.m. and conclude promptly at 5 p.m. if needs be. But it is the intent that we fully address the issues and it's not carried over or continued to another day. The court anticipates, given what's presented, has been the practice of the court, that it would take it under advisement and schedule a WebEx hearing to issue its decision. All right, so April 17th, starting at 10 a.m. I'm assuming in person, and Mr. Novak, I don't want to assume anything. In person with Mr. Robinson in court?
Yes, Your Honor, exactly.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. I really appreciate your working together, and I know it's complicated. You all have busy schedules. Is there anything else that the court needs to address at this time?
Thank you.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Robinson at this time. Thank you.
Nor from the media, Your Honor.
All parties, I appreciate your hard work and your efforts, and we will be in adjournment until March 13th. Thank you. Court is now in recess.
Okay, so that was actually, as much as that was definitely over my head, that was actually informative. So they got a lot of work done, as I understand it, and I always call it horse trading. They did a whole bunch of horse trading to get to a place where they agreed to be on camera. They agreed to how long it's going to take them to do the evidentiary hearing, where they're going to talk about the evidence that they have before the court, all that kind of stuff like that. I'm going to say this trial itself is going to be a month long. That's just a little quick guess. I'm going to assume this trial is going to be about a month long. I don't know what was. Hey, let me tell you something. I only know because I'm a pre-K law student, right? I've paid attention to a lot of court cases, and we'll be talking about a lot more. Stick around, Ashley, K5. You'll probably become much more astute. And I think the whole point is just that we're learning more about it. I think the first part was actually really informative. The whole trying to disqualify the whole state prosecutor's office. That was kind of interesting. The other parts were just kind of like, again, like horse trading. It's like insider baseball. You don't really know all the ins and outs of what they're doing because it's kind of between the teams, but it was actually informative. So shout out for sure. Thank you to everybody who's jumped in. We will be transitioning to the State of the Union address. However, there were a couple of videos that came out today. Tim Pool did one, as well as Dan Bongino. I kind of want to hear those. So if y'all don't mind, we can go ahead and they are Candace focused, if you will, but I feel like they're good. So if you could, just green hearts in the chat if you want to, we can definitely jump in on those. And we'll, of course, keep our eyes on the State of the Union. And as soon as it gets popping, we'll be jumping in. Oh, well, I'm a pre-K law student. Long story short, that means I don't know a thing. But yeah, that was the Tyler Robinson hearing. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Let me drop the link in there in the chat just in case you all. Do I still have it? I still got it right here. Here, let me drop the link just so you have it, just in case if you want to go back over it. I will tell you, it starts at about 25 minutes in, so it's on for 25 minutes before it starts. So I just dropped that in there for y'all. So definitely check it out for sure. Let me know what y'all think. All right, let's get at it because it's 8:10 already. So I don't know. The State of the Union has been starting late this last couple of years, so they on that other kind of time. So let's go ahead real quick. I'm gonna be testing out the format because they don't like you streaming the State of the Union unless you transform it. So it'll probably be something like this, where the screen is going to be small and such of that nature. Okay. Just want to let you know that ahead of time. Let's go hear what Tim Pool had to say. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
I know all you guys want to know what happened during my meeting with Erica, so here it goes. We met in Nashville because I didn't want to fly anywhere and have my plane shut down by Israel. So I told her to come here instead. She gets here, and first thing she does is she gives me some homemade cookies. And I'm like, bitch, I ain't eating those poison chocolate chip cookies. She tried to poison me. Anyway, I'm still alive after almost dying from the poisoned Israeli cookies, and we start talking. Then you're not going to believe what happened next. The waiter asks us if we want something to drink, but he's wearing the Star of David. So I'm like, I ain't about to drink no poisons lemonade from you, you Mossad agent. So anyway, I almost die again from Israeli lemonade poisoning. And Erica is like, I'll just have some water, please, which is obviously code for you better kill this bitch right now. Am I right? So we talk and we talk. And she tells me I'm acting crazy or whatever. So I asked her to show me pictures of her of when she was younger. And she's like, why? So I'm like, oh my God, she doesn't have any. So I just discovered she's actually a man. And I'm now talking to this man who is probably an Israeli spy sent here to kill me. So I get up. I go to the bathroom, I dig a hole under the shitter like El Chapo, and I finally made it back to tell you guys the story and get paid millions by YouTube to keep you guys stupid and against Trump and Turning Point, because I'm just a piece of shit like that. Whoa. Anyway, thank you for your views, retards.
So Candace Owens has announced a new documentary series called The Bride of Charlie Kirk or something. The internet's blowing up. Clearly, they're not happy with Candace Owens. Obviously, I have had my disagreements, as it were. But what I would just say outright, first and foremost, is, look, people have been complaining for some time, and I've explained this quite a bit, that views are down, and in an off-cycle political year, it's very difficult to make money and maintain large viewership for your channels, especially when you're going into December, when you've got November and December with Thanksgiving and Christmas, views drop. Now, ad rates typically go up, but we're experiencing this mass wave of AI-generated content, which results in distribution of viewership and ad rates going down for everybody. And that's why I think Candace Owens is doing this. Obviously, that was an AI gag video mocking Candace Owens having this meeting with Erica Kirk. And then, she did walk back a bit of her earlier stance. But then, of course, she's doubling down. And the reason is actually quite simple. Many people pointed out that following this, not only was there a large backlash from her audience that just wants to believe that Erica Kirk is some kind of demon from Israel or that Israel is doing something crazy, there are people that have formed, I would say, content that has formed around this idea because it has a large share of the market. That is, to put it quite simply, I'll explain to you who I am and what I do. I see things online that I find interesting, and then I talk about them if I think they are interesting. Sometimes the videos don't get that many views, but I thought it was interesting to talk about. Like yesterday, I did a Star Trek video. However, for people who are driven by audience, it's not so much an idea of quote-unquote audience capture, but it's about making a product for individuals who would purchase that product. And as it were, there are a lot of people in this world that do not like the Jews or Israel. So the question is, who are these people? Where are they based? Are they U.S. based? Honestly, we don't know for sure. But we do know that there are a lot of Americans and there are a lot of foreign interests that don't like Israel and Western hegemonic power. That is, in the United States, you have fractured cultures. You've got the left and the right. And so if you're doing a general news program that's kind of neutral, you're not really going to attract either the left or the right. The right wants to hear why Trump is good. The left wants to hear why Trump is bad. And if you're somewhere in the middle, your viewership will be a little bit depressed relative to the maximum market share you could get by targeting a single partisan faction. Because the truth is, moderates will maybe listen to you if you're conservative, and they'll definitely listen to you if you're moderate. But if you're conservative, they're not really interested in listening to a moderate. So where are we now? There are many YouTube channels, namely Candace Owens, that are making a killing running this stuff about Erica Kirk because there is a large market share interested in this. And Candace Owens has captured it, and her viewership is amazing, despite talking about literally the same thing nonstop for months. Man. There's one leftist I always like shouting out in this capacity, and that is Hassan Piker. Because there are many liberal commentators that just talk about Trump nonstop all day, every day. They're not talking about what's going on in the world. They're not giving you their views on policy. They're just saying, oh, gee, oh, me, oh, my, oh, Donald Trump. Well, I always give a shout out to Hassan in this capacity because he talks about everything. I think he's got bad opinions. Typically, we agree on some things. Bad attitude, maybe. You don't have to like the guy. But at least he's talking about a variety of subjects. He's actually existing in the world, and he's saying, here's what I think about this. Here's what I think about that. I think you're wrong about this. And I say, I can dig it. I don't like the guy professionally. I don't know him personally. Everyone was allowed to have an opinion. The question is it legitimate or is it market share grifting? And so what I will say is, as we read the story here on what the controversy around Candace's Erica Kirk project, I'm just going to say it. Certainly the most popular thing that I could do in terms of mass market share is agree with Candace Owens, but I don't actually care. If people don't want to watch because they want to live in a world where Erica Kirk came from outer space or she's a man or whatever it is they want to believe, then you go ahead and believe whatever you want. And there are a lot of people that want to hate Erica Kirk. They believe that there's a conspiracy around Charlie Kirk's assassination, of which I would agree there probably is. I mean, somebody killed him and it was planned. And I don't think it was just one person. So what is really going on? The problem is people become so desperate to not believe and try and find some truth that you will get grifters and shills who can't pronounce many words. Which debacle? Was that one of them? And Ben Shapiro roasted Candace Owens. So the issue I have with Candace Owens is that she will just say whatever she has to say to attract the largest market share. And thus, she is now once again targeting Erica Kirk. Let's read the story, and then I'll give you my thoughts on what this all about. Mediaite reports evil demon. The internet explodes over new Candace Owens project targeting Erica Kirk. Candace Owens announced on Monday their show would be back on the air beginning Wednesday with a new investigative series targeting Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk. We know this. Eliciting an abundance of horrified reactions. The teaser trailer for the series shared by Owens on X begins with news coverage about Charlie Kirk's assassination, but quickly transitions to clips of its subject, as well as critical commentary about her Zionists and Israel. There's even an implication that the Turning Point USA CEO is implicated in the Romanian human trafficking scandal. The series is titled Bride of Charlie, and its promotional banner depicts Erica wearing a crown. Owens, who has promoted a wide variety of conspiracy theories about her former colleague's death, had initially said she would stop if Erica asked her to. Well, we've determined that was a lie. Over time, however, Owens began to subtly and then outright suggest the widow might have been involved in a conspiracy to betray her husband. Betray? She literally said everyone did.
Right.
In the hour since Owens began to publicize her new project, much of the internet is united in disgust at her and those who have run cover for her. Every day, there's some new line being crossed by this lunatic that makes me wonder whether certain people will finally speak up, mused Red State's Bonchi. They won't, though. Not even this will be enough, and it's probably time to start asking why they are so invested in Owens. Indeed, coming soon. What would Charlie have to say about this? And what would he think of his so-called friends who can't summon the courage to say it for him? Wondered the Babylon Bee's Seth Dillon. His colleague Joel Berry marveled at the cowardly silence of professional talkers who built their brands on courageous truth-telling. I'm going to give a shout out in this regard to Megyn Kelly, who has continually defended Candace Owens. And I got to wonder why. You don't got to agree with Ben Shapiro's politics. You don't got to want to go to war with Iran to be like, hey, Candace Owens is lying. Anyway. Joel Berry says, this is pea soup vomit we've come to expect from Candace, but let's talk about what's fueling it. The cowardly silence of the church, the cowardly silence of professional talkers who built their brands on courageous truth-telling, cowards as far as the eye can see. Indeed, cowards. Pure, unadulterated effing evil. Who in God's name would put a woman whose husband was brutally assassinated in front of the entire world through this? Asked Meghan McCain. I am so upset by this. I am just so deeply sorry. Erica and her family have to be put through this. Agreed. We have this one from Rod Dreher. We have a serious problem on the right. Candace is a monster. The most charitable thing one can say is that she is deranged. But what can you say about those who defend her or keep their silence? I would agree. Here we have David Cole. This was a response to the tweet. He said, Candace Owens in August of 2025, quote, Jews commit ritual murder of Christians during Passover. The right. Oh, that Candace, what are you going to do? She's a force of nature. In February, here's my new documentary about how Erica Kirk is a soul-stealing assassin succubus who killed her husband. The right. Wait, Candace is evil. If only we'd seen this coming. Sadly, she gave us no clues up until this very moment. Well, I'd like to give a good shout out to our friends over at the Daily Wire. Had they known, perhaps, look what they've created. But wait, there's more. Evil demon. Shame on all of those who remain silent and incentivize this, especially those who owed their careers and success to Charlie, but won't even say a word to defend his family, friends, and coworkers. Steve D saying what Candace is doing is the most wicked and satanic thing that has ever come from the online right. She's not right-wing. And the left loves to say she is, despite the fact that you can see the audience of socialists who hate Israel are who are watching Candace Owens. And don't get me wrong, Candace Owens is a mixture. She has some right-wing viewers. But when you go on YouTube, as I do, and I watch some of these channels, who do you see who has the big overlap with Candace Owens? Jimmy Dore, who is a lefty. He is. And the Young Turks, who are leftists. It is incorrect to say Candace Owens is right-wing. And that is only because she worked for the Daily Wire and she said what she needed to say to get attention. She wasn't going to get hired on MS Now, or CNN. And so she found opportunity with the right to be a grifter. Grifting. Yeah, we have this from Nathan Livingston. Watch how Candace Owens has been laying the groundwork from day one to implicate Erica Kirk in Charlie Kirk's death.
But I'm starting to think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was something akin to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of. Anyways, back at headquarters, I am told it's business as usual. And it's kind of giving me like, I don't know, LBJ when he gets sworn in that famous picture. Unfortunately sworn in. Unfortunately, of course, he's sad in this photo. Gosh, he's obviously not wanting to be the president of the United States. JFK was shot and killed. And now LBJ has to step up, unfortunately. But I gotta be honest, I wasn't there. I don't think LBJ was actually that upset. I don't know why. Vibes. The vibes just aren't vibing for me in that picture, knowing, as I do, and as Charlie did believe, that LBJ was involved, which then implicates the feds as having been involved, which then implicates the Dallas police station as being involved. I believe Israel was obviously involved, that they were the ones that wanted him dead. When Ben came out swinging, I was going, oh, something's very wrong here. Basically, Erica here is pulling the LBJ. And what I mean by that is as soon as LBJ got into office after JFK's assassination, he reversed course on every single one of JFK's policies. JFK's enemies seemingly became LBJ's friends. Erica appears to be doing that to me.
I love how there are people who hate Ben Shapiro, and it's basically just because he's Jewish and is very pro-Israel. Now, by all means, I know people who are critical of Ben Shapiro for being pro-Israel. That was always allowed. But holy crap, the anti-Jew stuff just makes my brain fall out of my eyeballs. They actually believe Israel controls the United States. Guys, there's something called the liberal economic order. All of this is plain to see. It is not a deep secret as to the structures of global governance, and Israel is certainly not at the top. Israel has leverage for a variety of reasons, but for the love of all that is holy, get your brain out of your ass and start actually reading this stuff. You know, I got to say, I'm not right about everything. I'm wrong about some things, but I called the ballot harvesting stuff from 2020 from day one. While many people were saying it was overt fraud, I've been saying ballot harvesting 1,000,001 times, and that's why the SAVE Act is going to save this. Okay, because voter ID would stop universal mail-in voting and ballot harvesting, where individuals go to nursing homes and they collect a bunch of dummy ballots. That's how they stuff ballot boxes. And it may be legitimate in some cases and not in others. But I just want to make sure this is well understood. If you have two brain cells to rub together and you do any amount of research, you will see that the liberal economic order, an extra governmental institution that believes it is preventing World War III through global hegemonic unipolar power, uses Israel as a base for the control largely of the Suez and the region. And we do not go to war in the United States because Israel wants us to. In fact, Israel is more like a military colony of the Western powers. But there's no point in trying to explain any of this to anybody. When you try to ask them why the U.S. is spending $250 billion in Eastern Europe over Ukraine, they say, Israel? And you're like, well, that doesn't make no sense, does it? Or Taiwan. Why is the U.S. committing troops and resources to Taiwan? You see, these people need to understand. Israel has leverage. Indeed, they do. Zionists are powerful. They exist in government. They are wealthy individuals who are, particularly Barry Weiss, who calls himself a proud Zionist. You tell me your political views on these matters, and we can debate whether we should or should not be involved, with many of these individuals outright saying, we don't want dependence on the U.S. And I say, okay, the United States should stop giving them all this money. Candace Owens is simply saying things that she knows people who don't care will latch onto because there is an international audience. Now, my theory is, and by all means, Candace, by all means, just prove me wrong, because I do entertain the possibility that it's mainly just Americans. But for the people who are making this content, one thing that would really help us out, and again, not to be accusatory, but one thing that would really help us out is to take a screenshot of your YouTube analytics by geographic location. And I'd be curious. I think there's a decent probability many Americans are big fans of Candace Owens, probably a lot, as well as Ian Carroll and Jimmy Dore as they entertain these issues. And I just say, okay, I'm curious because I genuinely want to know. I think it's fair to say that there are many people around the world that hate Israel, largely Islamic nations, who are going to tune in to stories like this because they want to. I also believe the majority of people watching probably are Americans. That being said, for me, 92% of the people who watch my videos are American. And then you've got some UK, some Canada, and Ireland, and largely English-speaking countries. A little bit of Sweden. I actually have a decent amount of followers from Turkey. And you may be saying, Turkey? That's right, because I covered the Gezi Park protests. They're not really following me on YouTube, but more so on Facebook, because I went to Gezi Park in 2013 for Vice and documented these big protests and got a bunch of people to follow for the live stream coverage. Indeed. And I think that's fair to say. However, it's probably much smaller these days. I mean, it's been over a decade since I had anything to do with what was going on in Turkey. But I did go back and cover the Syrian refugee crisis and things like that. I'm curious as to your audience, Miss Owens. I'd bet, a fair estimate, maybe 20% are coming from outside the U.S.? We got Nathan Livingstone. With Candace Owens announcing her Erica Kirk investigation, Bride of Charlie, this question has to be asked, is Megyn Kelly the worst mediator of all time? To the
hateful people whom I used to call friends, who have been all over the internet trying to shame me and say that no one should ever listen to this program again because I haven't spoken out on the Erica Candace conflict. I don't have any pearls of wisdom other than go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. You have no fucking clue what's going on. You don't know what I do behind the scenes. And your world is so myopically online. You fail to understand there are real humans involved here, and actually being able to touch grass and have relationships with them, which is something I'm doing, could prove to actually benefit all involved.
Yeah.
Where's the condemnation? And it was all really about the Israel thing.
No, for me, it was that you went on the stage at Turning Point USA and said you were glad that Candace Owens was asking these questions, seemingly either ignorant to the fact that she had been, quote unquote, asking questions that insinuate Erica Kirk is involved in the assassination conspiracy of Charlie Kirk and that Charlie's best friends were happy that he died. Or you genuinely agree with what Candace was saying when she was asking those questions. You know, look, I'm not playing any of these games. I'm not here to appease people. You know, Tucker Carlson, for instance, had this interview with Mike Huckabee, where maybe I should do a longer segment on this. I think I will, actually. Maybe the next one. I got stuff to talk about. Huckabee said, you know, after October 7th, Israel was trying to rescue children. I mean, what would you do if your children were kidnapped by Hamas? And Tucker says, I wouldn't kill a 14-year-old. And I've been largely neutral on Tucker. He's received a lot of criticism. I say neutral because I'm not going to defend when he says things like, I don't know who Tommy Robinson is, despite knowing who Tommy Robinson is. But for the most part, it's like, well, Tucker's allowed to have his opinions. I mean, he's been nice to me. I responded to that with, I would do nightmarish-ish to protect my daughter. I'm not going to just be like, oh, I better not say anything about Tucker. Listen, I've said things about Joe Rogan. I've said very nice things, and I've been critical in some capacity. I am loyal to my friends, and I'll defend them. I have no problem, nor do I have any fears with criticizing someone like Megyn Kelly or Tucker or Joe or anybody if I feel that they're doing something that is untoward and I have feelings as such. There are limits. I may be first, if someone's a good friend of mine or have been very nice to me, I may seek to have private counsel before saying anything overtly disparaging. If there's an individual that I believe to be a good person who I have disagreements with or who I am friends with, then I will be somewhat light. And I can say this for Milo Yiannopoulos, for instance, who has said things that I think we can deeply criticize, who very much is on the Candace train. But when people have called me up and said, why would you keep having him on your show? I say, because he's my friend, because I like him, because he's been very nice to me. And he has, he's been nice to me, and he has helped us out when we've needed it. And he's allowed to have opinions that I don't agree with. And the things that he can be criticized for, I think he would recognize, and he'd probably laugh about it. That's why I like Milo. Because he is an aggressive, well-connected, talented individual who does things that are deeply controversial that I believe often can be criticized. And when I say this to him, he laughs and he goes, well, okay. And it's acceptable. It is. But, you know, what it comes down to is, if you're my friend, you know, F you. You know, that's the way I'll put it. If he went out and like kicked a dog and killed it, I'd criticize him for it. I don't think he's anything like that. And he fights with people. My point is ultimately this. I'm not just going to sit back for things like this because I'm scared of your power. These prominent personalities with large followings, they are gatekeepers, and to a certain degree, rightly so. But you know what? I don't live in a world, my friends, where I'm so deeply concerned about pissing off Candace Owens because her followers are going to get mad at me, because she's going to get mad at me, because Megyn Kelly or Tucker or anybody might get mad. I'm not really suggesting, I don't know. I don't really have much to say about Tucker. I mean, I think Tucker's been largely fine. He's allowed to have his opinions. I don't think he's anything overtly untoward. There's things to criticize him for, sure. But for the most part, I'm like, you're mad at Tucker because his opinions you don't like. I got really nothing to say to that. Megyn Kelly defending Candace Owens is like, are you ignorant to what she is saying? And Candace Owens is just vomiting all over the place. But hey, this is the modern era, and money is to be made. And for those that want to make money, well, I wish you the best of luck. For me, this was never about being rich and making money. In fact, quite the opposite. The biggest struggle I have is that I don't care. You know, I'm here to talk about the things that I care about, because I have fun talking about them. I'm not driven by just trying to maximize the revenues, but I do recognize to maintain a company, you got to figure out how to make money. That said, let me put it like this. We get big sponsor requests all the time. Turn them down. We have people who would offer us insane amounts of money to be a guest on Timcast IRL. Turn them down. The show that I do is not so that someone could pay me for an appearance fee or something like that. Not interested. We've had sponsors reach out and say, we're willing to pay $50,000, but we want to be able to come on the show. And I'm like, that's not happening. Listen, you can sponsor the show, and if you have something to say, and we think what you say matters, we'll invite you on the show. That is, if you have a presence online to a certain degree, not always needing to be large, but we can see that you have thoughts and opinions on current news and events that we think would make for interesting conversation. You don't got to be the most famous person in the world. You don't have to be the smartest person in the world, but we're willing to have you on. And so, for example, Mike Lindell sponsored the show, but we have him on the show as well. What's Mike Lindell? Come on. The guy's he's running for office. He's prominent. Makes sense. We're not going to turn down a sponsorship, but we're not going to predicate your appearances based on whether or not you're giving us money. I don't play those games. So we try to make sure there's a fine line. And we're certainly happy to get sponsors. And I'll just put it like this. I am not going to sacrifice my thoughts, opinions, and convictions because it's going to get me more clicks. Never going to happen. So, Candace, well, congratulations being rich. Whatever. I'm going to leave it there. Smash that like button if you'd like to. Share the show with everyone you've ever met in your life. Just literally anyone you ever meet on the street, be like, oh, by the way, here, watch this channel. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll see you all in the next segment.
I know all you guys want to know what
Shout out to Tim Cass. I appreciate you. Trump is on his way to the Capitol. Let me make sure I have that queued up. I got it queued up. We're ready. We're ready. We up in the building. We ready for it. Let's go ahead and I'm going to see who C-SPAN. I'm supposed to be on the C-SPAN. All right, I'm ready to go. I don't want to hear what they're talking about, though. They got a lot of people queued up. Let me just double check how it looks.
They take them on.
Now, we're still waiting on members of the cabinet
All
to
right.
come in. Now, we heard earlier that Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, came in, but I don't think the entire cabinet came in.
Okay, green hearts in the chat that you can hear that.
The
That's-
diplomatic
okay.
corps. We're waiting on the military, the Supreme Court justices. Out of the 9, it'll be interesting to see who does come. Now, Samuel Alito usually does not attend these events. However, there's speculation that this is his last year.
Mhm.
So he has a book coming out in October. So
Of
who
course
knows?
he has a book.
Here's
Of
Speaker
course.
Johnson.
And United States Senate.
Can you give me an audio check real quick? Green hearts in the chat. How does it sound?
Well, the House lights have come on. We're about 25 minutes away from the start of the State of the Union speech, and we are going to say goodbye to C-SPAN 2 now, and we are no longer going to simulcast. Over on C-SPAN 2, you can see the sights and sounds, no commentary, no input whatsoever. It's just all the sights and sounds of the State of the Union. You'll be able to watch everything and not have to listen to anybody. But we'd prefer, of course, you'd stay here with us, because here on C-SPAN, we have conversation, we have commentary, we have your calls, and we have 2 excellent journalists with us here tonight, Alex Gangitano of Politico and Marissa Schultz of the New York Post. They will be with us until the start of the speech, and we will kind of annotate and comment on what is going on the House floor. We expect the president to be arriving very shortly, and let's look in, see if we can see anything right now. There we go. John Barrasso. Dick Durbin, is that Dick Durbin with him, I think?
Yeah.
Well,
Right,
low,
J.D.
okay,
Vance right
okay.
behind him?
Dick Durbin
Yeah,
retiring,
that
yeah.
is. He's retiring this year.
And in leadership, so.
Strong
the
D,
front.
he's been very critical of the Trump administration.
The Democrat side does look sparse from all the House members that aren't there.
All right, let me.
Somebody getting their picture taken with the vice president.
All right,
I
let
don't
me.
recognize him, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
I'm sure this is a bit of a homecoming for Vice President Vance, seeing all of his former Senate colleagues
Right.
that he's built relationships with for years.
You also have to wonder what's going through his head of, would this be a State of the Union I'd be delivering one day if he has political aspirations beyond this?
It's a valid question.
It looks like the Joint Chiefs are arriving. It was interesting when we talked to Alex Eisenstadt a little bit earlier. He said, yeah, they're getting ready to leave. We hear the helicopters, et cetera. We hear the sirens.
It is such a huge security event here in DC. I mean, just the roads around here.
And it's so interesting that this is all happening during this DHS shutdown as well. And the DHS is in charge of things like Secret Service and federal security and Homeland Security, and this is a major event for them. So I would imagine a lot of these workers who spent a lot of time and energy into putting this event on tonight are going unpaid because of the shutdown.
That's a great point.
Speaker Johnson, of course, J.D. Vance.
Right.
Last year, there was a hot mic moment for these two, I believe, where they were talking about the speech, and it wasn't necessarily a complimentary thing.
Yeah.
And a little bit of a hot mic.
What's interesting when it's a opposing party who's the House leadership right now, of course, Johnson and Vance have a good relationship, but in the future, could that be a Democrat up there chatting with Vance before the speech? That's always very interesting to watch.
And when Nancy Pelosi was a speaker, it was always very interesting to see the chemistry or lack thereof.
Her and Mike Pence's dynamics up there.
Yeah. And some of the that looks like the press corps. It sits behind the
Just make it big.
So they're looking at
they're
the
looking
president.
Down at the they're behind the president where that clock is. That's behind the speaker. So they're right. It's kind of almost the cheap seats in a sense. You don't have the view. It's behind the stage.
As a reporter, though, it's great to see the interactions.
Have you been up in that, sitting up there as a reporter? What's that like?
Well,
I was just going to say you can hear a lot, surprisingly. So there's moments if there's like arguments on the floor or things that are happening, you can kind of listen closely and hear. But it's great to see them interact with each other. And while you may not see the president right underneath you, you can see you could see fashion statements that people are making in the audience. You can see signs that they're holding and whatnot.
Exactly. And also we rely on our colleagues in the room to tell us who was that who yelled out and so stand for this thing the president said. And so they're kind of the whole outlet's eyes in the room because they only have one reporter per outlet, I think.
There's Senator Warnock walking in with his colleague up for re-election, John Ossoff.
Here's a
Jack Reed
bipartisan duo.
With from North Dakota. Yeah, from North Dakota. Jack Reed from Rhode Island. His state got slammed, 40 inches of snow. And there's Jean Shaheen, who is retired, Democrat from New Hampshire. She is retiring, so that sets up a pretty strong race in New Hampshire, doesn't it? Or is that with Andy Kim of New Jersey there? Is that a pretty strong? Is that a potential GOP take?
Yes, that's a
John
race.
Thune, of course, there on your screen.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's definitely a race that Republicans feel like they can go on offense in New Hampshire.
And there was
let's do it.
Senator Jody of Iowa, Joni Ernst, and she too is retiring. There's Byron Donalds running for governor of Florida. He's got the Trump endorsement, and he has a lead in the polls at this point. But Joni Ernst retiring in Iowa, is that a potential Democratic pickup?
I would say the candidate right now that's leading the way and is quite a favorite. She is Ashley Hinson, and she's really dynamic. She's
an R, right?
An R. She's a Republican.
Let me switch this. What do y'all think about this one? Does it sound better?
Shelby Talcott with this. Let's take this real quick. Trump is expected to call on Democrats to end the partial Department of Homeland Security shutdown during his State of the Union. I'll read the rest of this tweet while we keep these images up. So it appears Talcott is saying Trump is expected to call on Democrats to end the partial DHS shutdown during his State of the Union address tonight. Per speech excerpts, quote, as we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding from the Department of Homeland Security. They have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight, I am demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security and homeland security of the United States. So that was going to be a major question on our minds tonight as Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman enters the chamber. One of the questions on our mind, Josh Hawley behind him as well, I'm going to be checking to see the DHS funding question, of course, is a big one. That is something that congressional Democrats and the president have been wrangling over in recent weeks. Congress was not on Capitol Hill last week. They took a break last week. They reconvened yesterday, and that is one of the chief priorities that they're going to be discussing. By the way, there's a tight shot of the gavel that Mike Johnson's going to be using. It's George Washington's gavel, I was reading, and this is in celebration of the 250th anniversary of the country. So a special gavel will be used by Speaker Johnson tonight. Still watching as some of these lawmakers continue filing into the Capitol. There it is right there. All right, let's read this and let's show this. George Washington's gavel. This is Craig Kaplan. George Washington's gavel is being carried into the House chamber for the State of the Union. It was used in 1793, in the 1793 ceremony to lay the U.S. Capitol cornerstone. Mike Johnson is the first House Speaker in history to display Washington's gavel during the President's State of the Union address as America marks its 250th anniversary. A live look back out to what is really filling out here. The U.S. men's hockey team was invited, so there were some questions over how many seats would be required to get everybody into this room that they wanted to get into this room. Certainly the absence of 70-plus Democrats who are protesting this speech, that will presumably make it easier to fit everybody in. This year, the State of the Union address carries its own set of heightened expectations. President Trump himself has signaled that this will be a long speech, longer even than last year's marathon address that set a modern record for length. He says he has, quote, so much to talk about, and with the nation facing multiple domestic and foreign challenges, that's not hard to believe. We were showing a poll on our screen earlier in the evening asking you all, the viewers, to tell us how long you think this speech is going to be. The majority of you all thought this was going to be an over 2-hour-long speech. That would, in fact, be a record.
Oh, 2 hours is crazy.
Goes. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance at their positions for the night. Also noteworthy tonight will be the attendance roster. Let's talk a little bit more about who will and who will not be in attendance today. Traditionally, members of the Supreme Court, they sit in the chamber as guests of Congress. It's a solemn reminder of our constitutional separation of powers. This year, their presence will be especially symbolic amid recent tensions between the court and the White House over Trump's tariff ruling. That came through late last week. Trump did little to hide his rage last week when the court struck down his policy. He didn't just say that the justices who voted against one of his signature issues, including 2 who he appointed, were wrong on their reasoning. He also said that they were, quote, an embarrassment to their families. Now those justices going to be in the chamber tonight for the State of the Union speech. I'm still watching this vantage point as we watch people enter the room. We've been watching a number of lawmakers enter the chamber. Many members of Congress will be making statements through the guests that they bring. Several Democrats have invited survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuses to attend as their guests in the chamber. It's a reminder of ongoing demands for accountability and transparency around the case. President Trump has arrived at the Capitol. We saw the president depart the White House moments ago. The president is inviting some guests of his own, including Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, as well as those members of the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team, champions fresh off a gold medal performance against Canada. So really, one of the next things we're going to be doing here is we're going to be looking for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that the president will be entering the chamber. Immigration and border security will be near the front of the agenda. The economy certainly will be front of mind as pollsters continue to say that Americans have lots of economic concerns, especially cost of living pressures like inflation, housing costs, and everyday affordability. The White House claims that it's made the economy stronger, but yet only a minority of voters say that they feel materially better off than a year ago. That divergence is likely to feature prominently in tonight's address. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries there, who has been negotiating with the president over DHS funding in recent weeks. The White House does insist that it's aware of the economic anxiety among voters, and they are working to address it. Brett Baer said earlier today that he anticipates President Trump will make some sort of announcement on taxes for everyday Americans and for corporations. Says he will use his speech to call on Congress to formalize a ban on Wall Street firms from buying single-family homes as well.
Oh, okay.
Josh Wingrove of Bloomberg saying that Trump will call on Congress to formalize a ban on Wall Street firms from buying single-family homes. And again, Brett Baer says Trump will call for a new form of corporate and personal tax cuts in his speech tonight, but we don't have specific details. We have not been able to get eyes on the full speech. Excerpts of it have been appearing on social media.
All right, so it looks like this should be interesting.
So we continue to
I hate they say it's going to be 2 hours long.
Lower Chamber of Congress. Well, let's pull this up. What are they saying?
On the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. Gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. Gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Delbene. Gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. And the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar.
Goodness gracious.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Diplomatic Corps, what is that?
Of course, and I'll just speak for a moment here while there's a pause. Following the president's address, we will hear the official Democratic response delivered this year by Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger. Spanberger, a former CIA officer and centrist Democrat who flipped a traditionally Republican district before winning the governor's mansion, is seen as a leading voice for the party's pragmatic wing. Expect her to focus heavily on kitchen table economic issues like affordability, healthcare costs, middle-class tax policy. Some of you guys may be familiar with the idea of a designated survivor as well. This is something that fascinates people. Whenever we have a State of the Union or whenever we have a inauguration of a president, there's always one person that's left out of the festivities. And Representative Mike Thompson, the Democrat from let's listen in.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
As I was saying, let's talk a little bit about the designated survivor, Representative Mike Thompson. He's a Democrat from California. He's identified himself as one of the designated survivors ahead of President Donald Trump's address tonight. Designated survivors do not attend the president's address in person. Instead, they watch it from a secure, undisclosed location. He says that he was selected and will, in fact, be in an undisclosed location. If there are there's Justice Roberts. Kavanaugh. These were the same four that showed up last year. Alito and Thomas didn't go last year. For those of you wondering who the designated survivor is, we do know at least one of them is Representative Mike Thompson tonight. I'm listening in for any
I don't know if I want to know that, man.
That will see more high-profile entries.
All right, let's get it going. Shout out to everybody who's jumped in to the best live chat on the internet. Please go ahead and make sure you hit that like button if you have not already. If you have not already subscribed, please help your brother out. Come on, you're the designated subscriber. Subscribe, please. Help a brother out. All right, let's see what they got. Why is he looking
So the
at
top
that?
issues that we're going to be focusing on tonight, certainly the economy, foreign affairs, like the Russia-Ukraine war, the U.S. military buildup. There's the second lady, Lucia Vance. Her and the vice president announcing that they will be expanding their family. You got to imagine trade and tariffs are going to come up during this speech after the Supreme Court. Again, you're looking at a number of justices there. The president's family. Ivanka and Barron in attendance. We saw that President Trump and Melania. It was reported that they arrived to Capitol Hill moments ago. We have not seen them enter the chamber yet. As we speak, First Lady has arrived. So as we watch this speech tonight, we're going to be listening for how the president frames issues like the economy, his foreign policy, funding of DHS. President Trump in recent weeks has been hitting the campaign trail, you could say, traveling to 2 battleground states, North Carolina and Georgia. The
Georgia's a
all-important
battleground?
midterms coming up in November. Very
Mr.
well.
Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
They just announced the President's Cabinet. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Secretary Pete Hegseth. RFK Jr., AG Pam Bondi, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick in the back there, Doug Burgum. You know, I normally have time to check in with our guests before we bring them on air, but I believe Christian Daytalk is standing by. And Christian, I just want to make sure that you can hear me. Are we connected?
Hey, Austin, how's it going? Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Hey, it's all right, man. We wanted to bring you in. One quick thing here. Daytalk is a White House reporter for the Washington Examiner. Christian, as we watch President Trump's cabinet file in, there's Chief of Staff Susie Wiles entering again, Bessent, Rubio, Hegseth. We are heading into a high-stakes midterm election, and the White House is calibrating tonight's speech to energize the president's base, but they're also trying to appeal to persuadable voters in battleground districts. How is the White House planning to toe that line tonight?
It's difficult, Austin, because on the one hand, the president really wants to talk about the successes he's ushered in over the past year, but ultimately, voters go to the polls in just a little over 8 months, and there's still major concerns about not only his economic stewardship, but also his ongoing immigration policies, which, let's be honest, do still poll remarkably well with MAGA or Republican voters, but there have been major concerns raised in the last several weeks and months about whether or not ICE and CBP are simply going too far. You have to also think about all of the foreign policy questions the president has to answer for, not only the ongoing war in Ukraine, the process for rebuilding Gaza, but how his tariffs, and specifically the Supreme Court's decision to rule against those IEEPA fees, will factor into diplomacy on the global stage. It's going to be difficult because, again, Donald Trump wants to take a victory lap. He's notched 1 year back into his 4-year second term. But again, Republican officials are pressing the White House. You need to do more to sell your agenda. And on that note, we expect 2 specific proposals from President Trump to be unveiled at tonight's speech. The first is a deal that they are signing with these AI giant manufacturers across the country, where they will see electricity rate spikes offset for American households. We know electricity and the cost of energy has been a major concern for voters. The second, he's going to push Congress to pass through the reconciliation process a new set of tax reforms that didn't make it into the one big beautiful bill last summer. That's going to be a steep hill to climb ahead of the November midterms. And John Thune told us, the Senate Majority Leader, that this one might be a hurdle that's too tough for them to pass, given how caustic this election will be.
I've spent the last hour or so looking at members of Congress enter this building, Democrats, Republicans alike. A number of Democrats are protesting this speech by not showing up. By the way, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has entered, along with Susie Wiles, DNI Tulsi Gabbard in the room as well. Let's talk about Congress, Christian. How would you characterize the president's current relationship with congressional leadership in both parties? And what legislative priorities realistically have a path forward this year?
I would say that relationship is pretty one-sided. I mean, let's be honest. Donald Trump flexed executive power in a way that we've never really seen from a modern president. And even on some of those big ticket items, the one big beautiful bill, it was Donald Trump ultimately working the phones, helping Mike Johnson corral voters, because this hasn't been a two-way relationship. I mean, let's just look at these negotiations with Democrats regarding DHS funding that's been taking place over the past several days. It's very one-sided. The Democrats put forward their proposals. The White House say these are non-starters. The White House puts forward a proposal. Democrats say this isn't serious. So right now, there's not necessarily a lot of collaboration. As for what is actually realistically achievable in the remainder of this congressional year, I think you'd have to look at the president's calls to codify his most favored nation's drug pricing proposals. Let's be honest, that's a page pulled right out of the progressive playbook. Joe Biden tried to get that done during his term in office, but he didn't necessarily carry the negotiating weight that President Trump does when it comes to engaging with these big pharmaceutical companies and our allies in attempts to lower prices at home. That is one issue where there might be bipartisan accord. But again, in an election year, I'm just not so sure anything that the president is going to put forward is going to get the necessary sign off from Democrats and moderate Republicans to make it into a law eventually.
Washington Examiner White House reporter Christian Daytok joining me. I am Austin Westfall. We are waiting for the Sergeant at Arms to make the announcement that the president will be entering the building any moment here. One thing that Christian and I are going to be watching during the course of this speech is the president's own relationship with the GOP. There have been visible divisions, Christian, within the president's party on issues like foreign aid and trade. How is the White House managing those tensions heading into a nationally televised address?
Well, the simple answer is that they're trying to castigate these Republican members of Congress as anything but Republican. Maybe they're rhinos in the president's Truth Social voice, Republicans in name only, but they're really trying to project unity, especially heading into November, because, again, the way that Donald Trump is legislating doesn't necessarily predicate that typical two-way relationship we've seen exist between the executive and legislative branches. I think the way that the president is putting forward primary opponents against sitting Republican members of Congress in both chambers tells you all you need to know, that this president isn't necessarily centered on is focused on making sure Republicans can maintain their seats. He is focused on getting Republicans in who will vote in lockstep with his legislative agenda.
Let's listen in.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
All right, he on time. Let's go. Let's go. 47 in the building. Let's get it. Let's go, sir. All right, let's go. All right, let's drop some American flags up in that chat. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go. Just flood it. Don't even stop. Let's just keep. Come on. Go America. Let's go. Right. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, thank you so much, Kelly. Appreciate you for the 10. Shout out to Mr. Kelly. Junebug, thank you. All right, so we're saying that the audio sounds low. That's all I got, y'all. I'm sorry.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Yeah, let's keep flooding them. Man. Let's make sure y'all
Well,
vote
thank
like
you
that.
very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States.
Poor Barron, he looks traumatized. Poor guy.
Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Okay. All right. He announced we're back. We're back, people.
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And You've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Ooh, goodness. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's go, people. Okay. Take care of yourself, Al Green.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of
I don't know what happened. One second.
illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
He said 0. He said not a 1.
But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
Why don't you go ahead and open up them pipelines, my guy? Let's open up them pipelines. Let's get it down to $1. Let's go.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
Okay. All right.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America.
Goodbye.
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year, we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
Nice. Come on.
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Oh, they weren't already in there. Okay, shout out. All right. I like winning though. Winning is cool. I'm pro winning. I like it. I'm pro winning.
Go ahead.
Wow.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up.
Oh.
And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Okay.
They were in the Oval Office before. And I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there and they weren't about to say no, because I'd never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case, my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Okay. Shout out.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best. And I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no. And every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics. And it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
Okay. Okay.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup. So we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming. And that is exciting news.
Thank you so much for that.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Wow. For sure. Shout out. Wow.
So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
That's great.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
That's crazy. That's wild. I wouldn't know how to do that one. Wow. Shout out to Scott. W. Scott for sure.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
Wow. That is crazy.
And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service.
Oh, well, then that's why this speech is going to be so long.
From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens
Hold on, I'm going to jump to the Daily Wire. Their audio is better.
step forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
They adding graphics to it.
All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts.
Wow. He called them out. Go ahead, Trump. Go ahead. Call them out.
They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
I like it. Good job, sir. Good job.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time,
Really?
but only if the car is made in America.
I like it. To me, that's a better plan. I like that plan, actually. I can get with that.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
Shout out to Megan.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the 3rd row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
I think
they're
so.
great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take.
And if you're a Democrat and you don't want your Trump account, you can send it to me, Mr. J. Witt. Or just send it to me. I'll take care of it.
For our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word, they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great healthcare plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own healthcare, which will be better healthcare at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Of course, we're going to go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on healthcare and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere, the lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen.
Let it go. Let it go.
I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase.
Oh my God.
But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings us problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Colden was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
I can dig it. I can dig it.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again, if they ever had the chance, if they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight, I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight, I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. You stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats, 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal.
Let's see. Let's hear it.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zaretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
I don't know, 100% sounds kind of wild.
They don't like
100%?
One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night. And she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone. But his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
Nice.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people, said the Prime Minister of Pakistan, would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. That was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests, 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again. And are at this moment, again, pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress who are investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily, one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said 1776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who called me, and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby because we did that. My baby is becoming so important.
As long as it's not Starfleet Academy, we're good.
And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person.
Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
Very good. Very good. You getting it in, boy. They said, look, we're gonna stand up all night. We ready to go home.
Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years, they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., The golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
That was way shorter than I thought. That was way shorter. That was good.
It was punctuated by some pretty horrific Democratic behavior, which I think is going to be the
I don't
story
care about
of the night.
behavior.
The president was obviously in fine fettle. He was in a very good mood throughout. There were some pretty great call-outs in the audience. A lot of call-outs in the audience. He is, last year he did a thing where somebody was essentially made an honorary member of the Secret Service in the audience. He did that a couple of times. This time somebody was given the Congressional Medal of Honor. Somebody who was announced was going to receive the Presidential Medal of Honor. But again, I think the big headline coming out of this, aside from the length of the speech, which ran almost 2 hours, it ran approximately an hour and 48 minutes for those who are in the Kalshi markets. I believe that is the official time. We'll find out shortly. With that said, the big thing to me, Drew, and we're here with Andrew Klavan and Mary Margaret Olohan, the big thing to me, Drew, was the behavior of the Democrats, which you predicted it. We all sort of thought it was going to happen. Uniquely bad tonight, pretty horrific all the way through. We saw particularly Democrats sitting on their hands at odd moments. The president specifically called it out at one moment where he said, I basically cannot believe that you are sitting for this, when he said, why are you basically, we stand for Americans. We work for Americans. We don't work for illegal immigrants. And Democrats sat on their hands. And I think he almost couldn't believe that they were going to fall for this trick. And then they fell for the trick. And of course, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib made fools of themselves. What was your big takeaway, Drew?
The only thing I would say differently than that is I don't think the takeaway was how badly they acted. I think it's how brutally he slapped them down. And I am not somebody who's always in favor of Trump's tendency to brutality against his enemies. But tonight I was, because the Democrats have been behaving like this for years. They've been behaving like this is not their country, that this country is not our country, that this is not the place they work for. The only time they cite American freedoms is when they're defending a gangster or an illegal immigrant or a killer. They never cite them in favor of actual American natives. They have embarrassed themselves. They've humiliated themselves. They've shown themselves to be petty and nasty and small. And he maneuvered them into this situation where he dug the pit, but they had to walk into it, and they did. And I was sitting there. I have to say, these speeches are not always the most interesting. This was a long speech. It had moments where it seemed to be go on forever. But in that moment, I sat up straight, and I was watching people get what they deserve. And I am not for vengeance, but I am for justice. And that was justice. And I just thought it was terrific to watch this master of the putdown find a group of people who had earned every little bit of it. And I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was great. And obviously, I love all the celebrations of great heroes, the hockey players, Erica Kirk, it's wonderful. But that was just magnificent. And as you say, it was two things he did. He said, we are here. Our first job is to protect American citizens, not illegal immigrants. They sat on their hands. And then he told the story of a woman essentially being legally kidnapped so that they could trans her into a man. And he said, when they sat on their hands, then he said, you people are crazy. I just thought that was absolutely great. I'm telling you, if they hadn't earned it, I would think it was uncivil, but it was just right. He did the right thing, and it was great.
Well, Mary Margaret Olohan, our White House reporter, is here with us. So, Mary Margaret, you were in the room for it. What was sort of the mood? Obviously, when you have these sorts of events, you have the Republicans on one side of the aisle, the Democrats on the other side of the aisle. The big game seems to be now trying to figure out when Democrats stand, when they don't stand. Were there any moments where they actually stood in unity, or was it pretty much on their hands the entire time?
No, I wouldn't say there were any moments when everyone stood in unity. I think, many of them stood for Charlie Kirk, thankfully, and there was chants of Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Not everyone stood for him. And I think in general, the mood in the room was the Democrats on the one hand, kind of saltily sitting around, and then a few of the more radical Democrats shouting, yelling. In fact, I'm hearing from other reporters in the room, I didn't hear it myself, that Ilhan Omar said the F word at one point towards Trump. Can't confirm that myself, but again, that's what other reporters are saying. And then meanwhile, the president himself, the reporters at Daily Wire, we were all talking about this earlier. His mood was almost jovial. It was exuberant. He was so excited going into this speech. all the way through it. And I listened to the president a lot. I spent a lot of time listening to his remarks. He sailed through this speech. He, touched on every single point, on every single guest, but he moved really quickly through it. It wasn't really the more weavy speech that we might have been expecting, that we might have even seen last year. And to me, Ben and Drew, I think that signals that he is very aware that he had the eyes of the nation, if not the world, on him. And he was using this speech to great effect. The midterms are coming up. He knows that he needs to spend a lot of time reaching American voters, letting them know what his agenda is. And to me, a lot of this was showing American voters, don't forget that the Democrats are not on your side. Look at all these different examples of things that they don't stand with you with. Don't forget that they still support radical gender ideology. Don't forget that they don't want to protect your young women on the metro. They don't care about your young women as they're taking metro rides and if they're brutally killed by violent criminals. And so all of these messages are going to make for fantastic talking points going forward. They're going to make for fantastic stories going forward. And, especially when it came to gender ideology, I found this really interesting because you all know that I spent a lot of time covering this before I became the White House correspondent. He harpened on that one specific word, crazy. He says, this is just crazy. And that is one of the messages of his 2024 campaign that I think resonated so deeply with American voters who are so tired of hearing about radical gender ideology and being told that it was normal and not insane. And so he's hearkening back to those words and reminding the public, no, it's not okay for a little girl to be taken away from her parents by the state and transitioned. And he actually suggested he might do something about that as well, which I have a lot of sources telling me they're trying to get him to sign an executive order on that. So I was really interested in that as well.
And one of the things that I think was pretty astonishing about the speech is how little actual policy there was in it. So he mentioned some of the policies that, of course, he has promoted.
Right.
As you say, Margaret, he moved really fast through that. So he would mention a policy that he'd done, and then he'd move pretty quickly into story time. And he would pick somebody out of the audience and explain how the policy had personally impacted somebody in the audience rather than going into the details of the policy, which I thought was actually quite smart because the overall sort of tenor of the speech was less about, here are the things that I'm doing that you may or may not agree with or understand, and more about, I actually care about people, and these people over here don't care about people. And them not clapping for the people became, I thought, his chief weapon tonight. I thought he used it to great effect. For those who missed it, obviously the most evocative moment was the moment when the president got into a war of words with Ilhan Omar. He was speaking about fraud in Somali communities in Minnesota. She started screaming back at him, saying that he should be ashamed of himself. She did not have the microphone, and that is a major disadvantage when you are talking about a speech like this one. Just for those of us who are watching it on TV and are not in the room. I remember last year when I was in the room, you could hear pretty clearly what Democrats were shouting. But if you're watching it on TV through a screen, you can't hear at all what the Democrats are shouting. You can only hear what Trump is saying back to them. And so what you ended up with was something that sounded like this. Do we have the clip of the president going at it with Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib?
Sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Wow.
Now, I will say that one of the shots that was excluded from that clip was a shot that appeared to be into the crowd, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar at that point. And it is pretty obvious from just some basic lip reading that while people were chanting USA, Rashida Tlaib was mouthing KKK, which is pretty astonishing stuff. And if indeed that is what she was mouthing, then that is going to be a massive headline tonight and tomorrow as well. It should be. She, of course, is a radical. She stood with terror supporters her entire career in the Congress. Same thing is true of Ilhan Omar. If they want to make that the face of the Democratic Party, man, you are welcome to it. What a massive boo-boo for the Democratic Party. Mary Margaret, while we have you, I want to ask you about the sort of most fun moment of the night, which obviously was the U.S. men's hockey team coming in, which was a kick. I mean, I love that we basically got the president as sportscaster, which was really fun. He basically narrated the game and talked about the various numbers of saves and all the rest of it. What was the mood in the room like when they came in?
Well, they're just so much fun. And they came in right in between all of the press. So, the Capitol Hill press are sitting all together in their press seats, and they're looking a little dour and not super into the whole evening. And this USA men's hockey team just came down in between them. There's a really funny shot on Twitter that people should check out, where there's a reporter who has a mask on and he's kind of slumped over his computer and looking really dejected. And then right next to him, these hockey players are just beaming, absolutely full of life, delighted to be there. It's a hilarious contrast. But the room just exploded with shouts and excitement. And the president, obviously, he knows every play of that game because he watched it. He understands it. He cares about it. He loves these guys genuinely, as we know from the video of him interacting with them as they were in the locker room celebrating their win. I heard that these guys were hanging out in a side room with pizza and beer, which I think is a fun way to help them enjoy the State of the Union without being too locked in while they're still celebrating. And, this is just a very fun part of this evening. And I think also lends itself to the very patriotic element of this State of the Union. We're celebrating American excellence. We're celebrating patriotism. We're celebrating, for example, this service member who was part of the raid on Maduro. I loved the story that the president told about him, how his wife dipped his dog tags in holy water before he left because she knew he was going on some dangerous mission. And now he was here and honored in front of the whole world for his heroism in that mission. So just so many examples like this of Americans being honored and the president celebrating how truly amazing our country is. And it gives me chills just talking about it. It's just, we've been experiencing patriotism unlike anything we've seen in many years. And it's a lot of fun to be a part of it.
Now, Drew, obviously you mentioned earlier these people are crazy clip. So did you, Mary Margaret. And we do have that clip as well. For those who missed it, this was the moment when the president basically lost it at the Democrats for failing to recognize that, hey, maybe, treating minor girls as though they are boys is a crazy thing to do. Here's what that sounded like when the president went off.
Everybody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
Yeah, this is a really interesting question about this. We always talk about the State of the Union, and we always try to be honest about the fact that it usually doesn't move the needle very much, but it can change the dialogue sometimes. And one of the things that's been shocking to me, as Trump's polls have not been very good, as people have said, unbelievably, that they're still as bad, they're worse off than they were a year ago. One of the things that will be interesting to see if maybe he did remind people of what it was like under Joe Biden, why they voted him back into office, and what it would be like to have them back. I mean, how can anybody think, Trump is so bad, this guy is so bad that we have to go back to children being butchered, to people being hired according to race, to this absolute unrelenting hatred of the country as an entity. It's hard for me to see how people can really think that. I may be wrong, maybe the polls are right, but I do wonder if that idea is so fragile that he may be broken.
Drew, I think one of the things that tonight showed, and I think this is why Republicans have been looking for a face of the opposition to identify. I think one of the big flaws that Republicans have had to face down is the fact that Joe Biden was so forgettable that we've all forgotten that he was president already. I mean, truly, he was such a non-entity that by the end of his presidency, he was not even really the president. Kamala Harris was effectively the president. And so what that means is that it's very easy to sort of go, oh yeah, who was even president before this guy? Maybe it was better. Like it doesn't even clock in your memory that Joe Biden was president. If you had told me that Donald Trump was president and then he was president again, and there was no kind of middle term of Joe Biden, that wouldn't shock. Like 30 years from now, people are not going to remember that in the same way that people kind of don't remember that Benjamin Harrison served between Grover, Cleveland. Like that. I think that is going to be a reality. And so I think that's been a challenge for President Trump. There is no one of his stature in the Democratic Party for him to pummel. And I think that one of the things that you saw tonight, and this is why that Ilhan Omar Rashida Tlaib fail, is a real fail for the Democrats. And I think a real danger for the Democrats. People don't like those people. They don't like them. The Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, yes. I mean, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib are totally radical and insane. Rashida Tlaib was wearing watermelon earrings in solidarity with the Hamas the Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip. Rashida Tlaib was wearing a button that said F ICE on the air. Right there was a point at which Ilhan Omar pretty clearly on camera mouthed about the president that he was a sick F. Right, like all that stuff was happening. It was all on camera. And so when you put that on the camera, you say, okay, here are your choices. It's this versus this. President Trump in a vacuum always doesn't poll very well. He never has polled amazingly in a vacuum, going all the way back to 2015, 2016. He always tends to poll a lot better the minute you put somebody else on the other side. Because again, as I said earlier on the show, Mary Margaret, there are two things in politics that are important. One is making it hard to vote for your opponent, and second is making it easy to vote for you. And the president sometimes has trouble with the second, but he's always very, very good at the first. And he needs an opponent. I've been saying for a decade that the president is a hammer in search of a nail. And when there aren't enough nails, he starts to hit kittens. Well, right now, he may have found some nails to hammer here. And I think that tonight was pretty good evidence of that, Mary Margaret.
Absolutely. And I mean, earlier today, we saw Kamala Harris saying that she might be considering running again. So I'm sure the president is excited to actually have a foe on the other side of the aisle, because until now, we haven't had anyone truly declare. So we might have another Kamala, and that would be a very fun presidential run. But yeah, I think the president's looking out there. He's seeing Ilhan Omar in a hijab, shouting insults, shouting swear words, just shouting and acting in a rowdy way. And she's not a formidable opponent. She's very aggressively progressive. She's very radical. The whole world knows that. So that's an easy win for the White House, where they can point to her and say, Americans don't agree with you. And in Kamala Harris, he might have a better opponent, but he's got Gavin Newsom imitating his style on Twitter. Again, it's not a formidable opponent. And so when it comes to things like this, where he can literally look the American people in the eye and say, do you see all these Democrats not standing for the things that you care about so deeply? And I keep coming back to that young woman who was on the train, who was so cruelly attacked by that criminal and killed. This actually happened maybe days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And it was one of the last things that he himself talked about, how deeply he felt this. And to see these Democrats not stand for her mother, just unthinkable. So I think that's one that's really going to resonate with people. It's going to stay with us for a long time. And whether or not these people are protesting specific policies, they have to understand that these are real lived American stories. They're the most powerful weapon that we have in favor of the truth, because they literally lived these things. And so Trump having all these Democrats look them in the eye and not do anything about it, it was very well done, very well executed in terms of a oration style strategy. And I think his comms team is probably patting themselves on the back tonight, because this was a well played speech.
The president obviously took on inflation as well. He talked a lot about the economy. He really relegated his foreign policy remarks to the end, which I think is smart politics. Obviously, the American people are much more concerned about domestic political issues than they are right now about foreign policy. It was sort of fascinating on a foreign policy level to hear what the president had to say, given the fact that we have such an enormous military presence ready in the Middle East right now about Iran. Obviously, the president's comments about Iran, he seems skeptical of the idea that Iran is going to come through with some sort of last-minute concessions. He's maintaining the same position he has maintained for legitimately his entire political career, which is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But he went a little bit further than that as well, talking about their ballistic missile capacity, their attempts to redevelop terrorist support. All of those are sort of issues in negotiation. There is supposed to be, at the end of this week, some sort of proposal from the Iranians, a sort of last-ditch proposal to stave off the possibility of American strikes. Here is what the president of the United States had to say about Iran in the middle of the speech.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Well, joining us on the line is Michael Knowles. Michael has finally reached a place where he can talk. My nightmares are all coming true. For a while there, we were okay, but now Michael has arrived, looking dapper. His hair a little bit mussed after spending 9 hours in that room during the State of the Union address. I do have to say, he's got the young Republican look going there, Michael Knowles. So, Michael, you were in the room for that. Last year it was me and Walsh. This year it was you and Isabel. So what was it like? Did you enjoy yourself? Was it the party you'd always imagined?
It was. So this was my second time at the State of the Union. We seem to be trading on and off, except the first time that I went, Biden was speaking. And so it was a much stranger experience because it was clear they had injected him with some kind of methamphetamine. And that was the year that he just kind of screamed everything at exactly the same volume for 91 minutes. And so this was my first year getting to see President Trump. You and Matt got to see Trump last year, though technically it was not a State of the Union. It was actually just a joint address to Congress. So anyway, I was honored to be at the first President Trump State of the Union. And he was great, because he was focused. He did a little weaving here and there, but he really stuck to the script. The script was written extraordinarily well, and where Trump did improvise, it was extremely effective. I was sitting front row right over the Democrats, so I got a pretty keen look, and very little surprises me in politics. Some of their behavior surprised and viscerally angered even me. When Trump set them up and he said, hey, stand up if you agree with this statement. America should be for Americans. And the Democrats wouldn't stand up for it. It was an amazing setup line, but really pretty shocking. And then it got worse from there. There you say, look at these foolish Dems. This is crazy. But from there, President Trump cheered bringing the hostages home from Gaza. I noticed Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, who were right down there in front of me, they did not stand up. I think other Dems didn't stand up either. That was pretty shocking. And then the most egregious moment of the night, this beautiful tribute to Charlie Kirk and to his widow, Erica, who was there directly across the way. We could see her. And the Democrats refused to really acknowledge it. President Trump then gives them the final out, even moving past Charlie to the message we should all take away from Charlie's assassination by a leftist. Trump says, we're one nation under God, and we should reject political violence of all kinds. Right. And many Democrats refused to stand up for that. Chilling, a reminder that they want to kill us, and I'm not saying all of them want to kill us, but a surprising number of them want to kill us, overtly support political violence. In the Chamber of Commerce, in the Chamber of Congress at the State of the Union address, really chilling, political malpractice by the Democrats. And so I understand why Hakeem Jeffries early on said, hey, Dems, just chill out. Or you know what? Maybe don't show up at all. Just please don't pull your usual shenanigans. We want to look half normal. And they couldn't even do that.
Well, we do have that clip of the president basically baiting them where he says, America should be for defending Americans, and the Democrats take the bait. I honestly, the president is a master of this game. He knows the game better than anyone else in it. He has changed the game fundamentally in just the time that he's been president, because this sort of stuff never used to happen. I'm old enough to remember when it was a national scandal when Joe Wilson, a congressman from South Carolina, once yelled, "You lie," at President Obama, who was in fact lying. And now this has become the way that politics is done. And the president has taken advantage of that to full effect. Here's the president saying, hey, guys, maybe you should stand up if you think that, America is for the American people.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
And there are the Democrats committing political suicide on the air. So that again, amazing decisions being made there. Now, Michael, obviously the president comes into this with a low approval rating, historically low approval rating for him.
Really?
The midterm elections, right now Democrats are running about 5 points ahead in the generic congressional ballot. The real question about every State of the Union address, as we were discussing beforehand, is whether it really is going to reset the table. Will it be a sort of inflection point, or will it just be a thing that happened, and a week from now we'll be back to sort of business as usual? What do you make of it? Do you think the president can generate some sort of lasting momentum on the back of what was a pretty tremendous speech?
This was a great pivot, and I'm not saying that this will save the midterms for the Republicans or anything, but it certainly reset the message in exactly the way the president had to do it. We were all making our predictions before the State of the Union, and I got a bunch of the particulars wrong, how long it would be or who we'd call out or whatever.
Yeah.
But the one part that I got right wasn't even a prediction of what would happen so much as something I was really hoping would happen, which is that President Trump would say, look, Americans, we're making you safer. We're making this country normal again. These people, those people over there are crazy. That was an actual line from the speech, and it completely landed because the Dems refused to back down from transing the kids. I mean, it was, the extreme of their ideology. What he had to do was say, look, Americans, I understand that you feel things are a little precarious right now, whether we're talking about migration, whether we're talking about the economy. This is why I think some of the economic favorability numbers are low, even though a lot of the actual nuts and bolts of the economy are pretty good. It's just people feel uneasy. They feel big shifts. They are uncertain about the future. And what Trump had to do is say, we've got you. We're the adults in the room. We're going to make you safe. We're going to make you wealthy. We're going to restore the norms and the kind of country that you've loved for 250 years, because this is America's birthday. I think he completely achieved that objective. And so I think it does give him very good momentum going into the midterms. But of course, now one speech is not enough. Now the Republicans need to stay on message. Impossible for Republicans, and two, they need to be able to carry that through the miasma of misinformation and Democrat ops through November.
I mean, obviously, I think that it is true that Republicans must stay on message. It will definitely help if we don't have, to deal with questions about whether Erica Kirk killed her husband or not. That seems to be a gigantic fail that is happening in the midst of the Republican online space. That seems like a very stupid thing for people to follow a rabbit hole on. And a lot of the infighting that's been happening around conspiracy theories surrounding the president. If you would like to see the president not impeached after the Democrats win back Congress, then now would be a really good time to actually look at all the things that he has done over the course of the last year to fix many of the problems left by Joe Biden. Mary Margaret, what is actually on the schedule for the president in the coming days and the coming weeks? Because very often you will see after the State of the Union, that there's sort of a tour that happens where the president goes around and tries to retail some of the bigger messages that he has been pushing.
Yeah, the president is flying out of state to have another affordability event. These are something that we hear about a lot because the legacy press is obsessed with asking the White House, why isn't the president talking about affordability more, though he talks about it all the time. So currently this week, I believe he's headed to Georgia. I need to double check on which state, but he is having another affordability event. These are really heralded or shepherded by Susie Wiles, who's really trying to keep the president focused on this affordability message so that, all these critics who are saying he's too focused on foreign policy won't be able to say, I told you so, when the midterms come and go, if the president doesn't do so well, if his candidates don't do so well. So that's definitely on his radar. But all of these topics that we heard him talking about tonight, going into the future, these are things that he's going to continue talking about. We were able to pretty accurately assess what he'd be talking about tonight based on what the White House has been harping on. They've been really consistent in what they're focused on. What they're talking about is the economy, it's immigration, it's keeping our cities safe. It's this foreign policy, ending all these wars. They've been very consistent and focused on these issues, and the president has been hammering this home. So I think when you head into the midterms, unlike what we're hearing from legacy media, that Americans only care about affordability, that this is all they want to hear about from the president, there's a lot of different topics that we've been hearing the president talk about. And like I was saying earlier, this sense of patriotism and pride in our country, I don't think that's lost on the public. I don't think that the USA men's hockey team winning this victory, I don't know that that's just a victory on the I was going to say the hockey field. I don't know how to talk about sports. The hockey rink. I think it's bigger than that. And we all see that. It's this sense that this is bigger than sports. This is bigger than these hockey players. This is American pride returning to our country. And so these are all things that are playing into the situation going forward, and the president can talk about them all. But now he also can talk about these Democrats not standing for these very important issues. And when Ilhan Omar goes home tonight and she gets all excited to have her team post that clip on Instagram of her just sitting there for all these issues, that's her big win. That's the Democrats' big win tonight. And they clearly don't understand the massively tragic optics of these things. So for Trump and his team, I think they're going to go to bed feeling pretty good about themselves tonight. And they'll have a lot to talk about on the road on these affordability campaign stops. And I don't think it will be just affordability that will be the topic of conversation.
Well, Mary Margaret, I know that you need to go to sleep because you need to get up early in the morning and then go cover the rest of this over at the White House. Thanks for stopping by the coverage. And Isabel is going to be joining us in just a moment. I know that she was at the State of the Union as well. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you some more questions because Drew and I had to suffer for like several hours in your absence. You should have heard me tap dancing in order to just get to the president, getting to the microphone. It was an astonishing feat of leisure domain, I must say myself. But I think that the big question that's always the takeaway from all of this is also, did the president sort of reunify the party? This has always been sort of a problem in the aftermath of a second term victory. Presidents have a tough time holding their coalition together. And obviously you're seeing a lot of fracturing inside the coalition right now. I think that, people blame different folks for that fracture. But the president is the person who at the end is the leader of the coalition. And the agenda that he spelled out is a pretty widely agreed upon agenda inside the Republican Party. Do you think that he's going to get some of the reluctant Trumpers sort of back on board, given his focus on his victories?
Yes, I think he has done that. And it's remarkable because Trump has been called a divisive figure for the last decade, or really more than a decade, but certainly a decade in politics. And so the fact that this man is now probably the most unifying figure on the right is really impressive. I mean, we saw this in his reelection, in that he was reelected this time with the popular vote. And then so much focus has been paid to conspiracy theories and division on infighting on the right, and really factions of the right splintering off into ways that are almost unrecognizable. And what I think is quite charming about that, actually, is we seem to look to the activists and the pundits and the chattering class for unity, but they really have no incentive to unify or to even accomplish very much at all in politics. And so where pundits and podcasters have been irresponsible with their rhetoric, Mr. Trump, who everyone tells us is the most irresponsible orator of our time, Trump is actually the one who's being responsible here and who is reaching out. I think he's really been able to bring together a broad coalition of people. And even the way he spoke tonight about foreign policy, there were people who veer a little more on the isolation side, a little more skeptical of intervention, who were up there standing for strength and the Fordo strikes in Iran. And there were people who were, there were people who were a little skeptical of, the tariffs, who were right up there cheering with President Trump when he was casting a little bit of shade at the Supreme Court, but not too much shade at the Supreme Court, because he knows he's going to need the Supreme Court in the future. So, Drew loves to talk about how Trump learns things over time, and he obviously does. And one of the things he's learned is to be nuanced with his words, and I think that showed tonight.
Well, Isabel, sorry, I want to welcome in Isabel Brown, and then we can get to Andrew, who's been sitting there, as always, awaiting death. But before we do that, Isabel, who is significantly more sprightly than any of us right now.
All of us put together.
All of us has joined us here. So, Isabel, what was the big day under the big top like over at the United States Capitol?
I don't know if sprightly is the right word, Ben. I think I just don't sleep at night right now with a 10-month-old. So I'm used to being up into all hours of the night. I'm feeling good tonight. It's a great time. The energy here is so palpable. And I think we've touched on a lot of the negativity surrounding the speech. Certainly, there were a lot of shocking moments sitting in the gallery. I was across the room, it seems, from where Michael was sitting this evening, but closer to the president's guests and looking across the room at most of the Democrat colleagues from the Republican side who refused to stand up and cheer for America, to call for an end to political violence, to offer condolences to widows and grieving mothers whose children had been killed by radical extremists and repeat offenders. But you also saw a bit of an American comeback tonight. And I don't want the media to forget that we saw a resounding standing ovation from virtually every single individual clapping and cheering and singing for multiple minutes on end when the USA hockey team walked in to show us their Olympic gold medals and chanting USA across party lines. That's something that would have been impossible about 12 months ago. And yet here we are celebrating American exceptionalism again without being called racist for it. So I think there's a lot to glean from some of the negativity, certainly, but there's a lot to look forward to and so much optimism to have, to know that in many ways our country is back.
All right. So speaking of our country being back, I need to go to bed so I can be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will be doing a panel discussion tomorrow night with some men talking about the value of men in the home, and particularly the role that fathers play in the lives of their daughters, their children in general, but their daughters specifically. Got a great panel planned. Some good guys are going to come in and just talk about it, have a good conversation. So definitely want you to come check that out. 8:00 tomorrow evening. And I thank y'all so much. This was a good speech. I think it was a good speech. So hopefully you all enjoyed it. If you didn't, it's okay. Jump down in the comments. Let me know what you wanted him to talk about that he didn't talk about, or what he should have focused on that you think he didn't focus on, whatever. Give me all that kind of good stuff. I'm going to tell you ahead of time real quick, because a lot of people have been asking. Candace, I'm sorry. I don't think that her information, her videos need to get the kind of push that I was doing. I feel like I might have been pushing them a little bit too much. So I'm probably not going to even look at whatever the little hit piece is. Actually, I'm praying that God will do something tonight that will completely upend it and it'll never happen. So that's what I'm praying for. So I will not be doing Candace's video tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a recap of it or an update looking at Cinema Shogun on Thursday, but I'm not going to waste my time tomorrow. I want to talk about something fun and positive, like dads' roles in the lives of their daughters. I think that's much more beneficial and advantageous to everybody. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna let it rot on the vine. So I'm just gonna give you a heads up on that. Thank you so much for asking about that. On Thursday, I do have an interview with a young author who does the manga here in Atlanta. He and I are going to hop on. We're going to be talking about how to get kids interested in reading other types of genres of art and genres of media and books and such of that nature, literature. So we'll be talking Prince, and I'll be talking about that. And on Friday, I have an interview with Lisa Knows, who is the young lady who debunked rather that whole Erica Kirk in a text message gate. So I'll be having her on Friday. So all of those will be popping up tomorrow morning. So yeah, definitely want you to check those out. And I do appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for tapping in. Thank you to everybody who jumped in to the best live chat, hit the like button, subscribed, all that stuff. Thank you to the very kind supers, by the way. We have brand new members. We got mine. Chaos Brew is a brand new member again. Shout out to her. We got Kelly blessing us with 10. Thank you so much. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Shout out to Junebug with the 2 USA. Yeah, we stand for the United States. Absolutely. And then right here, thank you so much for the 10. My shekel contribution for the month. And we got to get them shekels. Got to get them shekels in. Thank you so much, Christine, right here for the 2. Thanks for live streaming. I'm very happy for the hockey team. Yeah, that was a really great game, by the way. Not even a big hockey guy, but it looked like a wonderful, wonderful event. And then Candace can eat her heart out. Thank you so much, Greg. Yeah, she can eat her heart out because I don't even care. I mean, she's been going nuclear over here on Twitter, and people are just like, they're not giving her the time of day. And like I said, I'm praying that something happens that totally flips it on his head, and what she planned on doing doesn't even happen. You saw that woman, Erica Kurt, sitting right there, knowing that this lunatic is about to try to unleash and just completely ruin her life. You know what? God, can you step in and do something? I think that's a reasonable prayer. So shout out to all of y'all. I really do appreciate y'all tapping in. Thank you so much. Please make sure you tip your waiter on the way out the door. Drop those green hearts, all that kind of good jazz. Lord willing, I'll see you all tomorrow. Grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment, because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.